Hello. Shapama. I didn't check my mic. It is Ampama. It is I, the one and only, that I am aware of, Questing Beast. At least VTuber-wise. I know there's a YouTube channel that goes by Questing Beast, and they go over, like, D&D stuff, I think. If I sound quiet, it's probably because I am. I'm kind of just vibing. So, real quick, apologies again for not streaming all week. Hi, gentlemen. But yeah, apologies again for not streaming all week. Monday was like perfect napping weather. It wasn't too hot and it was super rainy. And I had brand new, super soft, comfy pajama pants that goes over my baby belly without feeling like tight and restrictive. And it was literally just nap day. And then Thursday was a bad day. I was cranky and there was things on Twitter that I was seeing that was just making me more upset. I uninstalled Twitter. I don't look at that anymore. How grows the mini beast? Mini beast is growing great. I am so huge. You have no idea. And I'm not even at my final form yet. Like, I'll look down and I think I look kind of small, but then I, like, get a profile view of myself in, like, the mirrors in the bathroom. And I'm like, damn, I'm big. I'm pretty big. I'm a big mama right now. I'm not super big. I'm not 9-month big. But I'm pretty dang big. I got quite the belly going. This week is actually my 27th week. We're cruising right along. I get bigger literally every day. I'm so far back from my keyboard right now, it's kind of funny. Same, but mine's all fat. I mean, I'm getting a little chunky too. I actually had to take off my wedding band that I had because my finger was literally pretty much going muffin top. And I was actually having a hard time taking my ring off. I had to use soap and water to get it off, but otherwise, if I tried to take it off without that, it could not get past my first knuckle. So I am gaining some weight as well. Not just baby weight, but weight in general. Probably because, I'm not gonna lie, I spend literally all day in bed most days. I'll get up and get some food and do some chores, but like otherwise I'm just in bed all day watching stuff on the TV or taking a nap. Because it takes a lot of energy to grow a baby. But I have...
Clever girl.
Exactly. But I have some energy today. So we're going to see what we can do. So I did do a little investigating. Like literally the day after I had streamed last week. So like Saturday. I did some investigating. I looked up, I went on my other save file that has like all the information unlocked and everything like that to check the cauliflowers and everything like that. And long story short, we're just better off sticking with the melons even if we get no grades on them. Because like one melon can buy me 2 seeds. At just base price. So the idea is temporarily we are going to get ourselves some ducks. We're going to get some swamp ducks for stinky fertilizer. We're going to stockpile that stuff as much as we can and all that. I already have names for the swamp ducks. I'm thinking about getting 3 so we can compile as much stinky fertilizer as possible. Name them Duck, Duck, Goose. The main problem right now is getting deluxe food for all the Spinos. Because seven of them are already unhappy enough that they're no longer helpers. Which could pose a problem. Because if they get even more unhappy after that, they will just straight up leave the farm. And we can recollect them, no problem. All I gotta do is just go to Mari and use her to track them down. But we don't want them to leave. We don't want that. So I'm gonna try and not have as short of a temper today. And hope that that guy at the Pebble Plaza is finally selling some deluxe meat. Because the entire time we played last time, he didn't sell us any deluxe meat. And I was getting really infuriated about it. It is still autumn, so we're still using Lucky to collect truffles. So yeah. We are going to release Stinky. We're going to get ourselves 3 swamp ducks. And they're going to get regular herbivore food so we can get as much fertilizer from them as possible. That is the plan here. I don't want to do it, but I'm going to need to for the stinky fertilizer. What day is it today? Today is Wednesday. Okay, we should be good. So yeah, that's the process. That is our current situation. I'm probably going to stick the ducks in here, just so they're like right in front of the garden. Make my life easier. Collect the fertilizer, use it, you know, kind of thing. Melon seeds. I don't have any, so we will be buying some of those today as well. And hopefully flipping deluxe seeds. Any weekend plans? Not this weekend that I'm aware of. Gear, is there anything going on this weekend that I'm not aware of? I don't think there's anything going on this weekend. I don't have anything planned for this weekend. Other than probably lounging in bed some more. Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, I don't think the seed lady's going to be at her stall because of the heavy rain. We also need to finish a mission for Pippin so we can get the plain rice recipe. Yes, Xenoverse 2. I have not been playing it because I just have not had the energy to play any games. Of course, the other guy is also not here. Literally no one but Freya is here. Alright, well I guess we'll just come back tomorrow then. Alright, to the Spinos, actually. Gotta check to see what Spinos we have today. If I have the energy, maybe I'll play some Xenoverse 2 this weekend. As much as I would love to play Xenoverse 3, I don't think I'll actually be able to get the time because the game comes out like next year, doesn't it? I'm gonna be busy with a baby. I don't think I'll have time to play. Not until they're a little bit older, at least. And then I can teach them the wonders of video games. But for now, they'll be too small, too young. Babies sleep a lot. They sleep less than you think. Especially in the early months. Oh, look at that. Nope, nothing here. Okay. Yeah, especially the first month at the very least. Baby needs to eat literally every 2 to 3 hours. I'm not joking. Baby needs to eat every 2 to 3 hours. There's going to be no sleeping for a few months. At least 3, but it can be up to 6 months when they start eating food. Like food, solid foods. Mush stuff. But the first few months, it's every 2 to 3 hours. Alright, I forgot what the ducks need. Hungry baby, very hungry baby. Alright. I don't remember what you want. I also need to release Stinky, because we don't need Stinky anymore. Stinky's too small to give me the amount of fertilizer I desire. It's midday already. I don't remember what Swamp Dunk's like. Is it crunchy? Do they like crunchy? I can't remember. I don't think the truffle over there is available, so we're gonna move on. I didn't see any sparkles. Sparkles. We'll come over here and check this one before we go up to Marlowe's house. You want to hear something absolutely insane? We're gonna shit on AI for a hot second here. You ready to hear something absolutely stupid? So, I don't remember. Oh, I remember now. I was looking up where to find cauliflower seeds, so I Googled it. You wanna know what Google told me where cauliflower seeds were bought from? It tried to tell me that I could buy cauliflower seeds from Marlowe. You know, the woodsman. AI be stupid, man. Saying you can buy cauliflower seeds from Marlowe at Pebble Plaza. It's like, no, I flippin' can't. I already know that. Marlowe doesn't sell seeds. Absolutely redonkulous, man. You know what I mean? Absolutely redonkulous. Who would believe such a thing? Marlowe sells cauliflower seeds. Come on. He might give you some seeds as maybe a friendship reward, being like, hey, I found these lying around at my place. Here, you can have them, kind of thing. I don't think he does not sell them, though. Like, I don't even think he can give you cauliflower seeds as a quest reward, aside from maybe the bulletin board, but you cannot buy them from him. People who don't play the game would be fooled, but you're too smart. I am too smart. I got big brain. I know Marlowe, the woodsman over here, does not sell cauliflower seeds. Look at all that. Look, see this? Does not sell cauliflower seeds.
This is big brain time.
Exactly. Big brain. Please have the deluxe food. I'm trying to remain calm. I am trying to remain calm. Remain calm. Calm. I'm also looking up something real quick as well on my phone. There it is. Ooh, the F away McDonald's ad. I am trying to select dinosaur. Alright, fine. I guess I won't do it on my phone. I guess I'll do it on the flippin' computer. Jasums. Remain calm. Zen mind. Zen. That is not what I meant. Close all of this BS. Thank you. Zen. You like spicy. Spicy. Oh, silvers need a clean pen. Apparently I missed a pile of poop. I am trying to remain zen. I might have to just buy a whole bunch of normal food. Because I don't want my Spinos to leave. Has the baby beast been bullying you? Not in this exact moment, but in the past few days, yes. Yes, the baby beast has been bullying me by having a disco party in my belly. Alright. Saffrons are spicy. You can use some saffrons to get duck goose. Yes, yes, they have been active. There's been a couple of days where there wasn't too much activity, but there was activity. Granted, those were also days where I wasn't doing anything either, so that could also be why they were also chillaxing. But yes, there have been active days. Alright. Let's slow down. No, we don't really need to slow down time. That reel is... Oh, son of a gun. Just realized there's another conundrum. I don't have any watermelon seeds to plant the next round of melons. Gosh darn it. Have I been reading to the baby beast? Daddy's been reading to the baby beast. Baby beast knows my voice. Especially when I'm streaming. Baby beast knows mommy's voice. But baby beast needs to know daddy's voice. So I've been having daddy read to baby beast. Literally what's ever left. Whenever I do get my hands on some deluxe meat, we'll just go to the swamp ducks. And has baby beast been enjoying hearing daddy's reading, or have they been throwing tantrums? So I forgot to charge up my headset last night, which I use to help me sleep because it drowns out daddy snoring for me. I forgot to charge it last night, so daddy started reading and then had to be interrupted because mommy's headset needed to be charged, and I think baby beast was upset because they kind of threw a small fit about it. Would you look at that? I bought exactly enough for everybody. This is not going to last long, though. They wanted to hear the story. They did want to hear the story. And mommy had to go and ruin it by forgetting to charge her headset that night. Bad mommy. Bad. Spicy. We won't get any today. We won't get any of the swamp ducks today. I kind of want to wait a hot second because my melons are off again. So I take it story time will be picked up after stream? Oh yeah. Alright, bye Stinky. Alright. Lucky, let's get some saffron. What stories have been read to the baby beast? Dr. Seuss. My mother gifted us a classic set of, well, not classic set, but classic stories by Dr. Seuss. So, been reading Dr. Seuss books. We also have a big book of Mother Goose stories, which has not been touched yet. Daddy's been reading Dr. Seuss books. Yeah, Dr. Seuss, the classics. Classic stories. We got Horton Hears a Who read yesterday. That was fun. Horton Hears a Who became a short by Chuck Jones. It also became a full-length movie, too. Get these saffrons and we'll end the day. Have these for the ducks tomorrow. There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books. We don't have, obviously, we don't have all of the stories, but we do have a good chunk of them. I remember growing up, I also had Dr. Seuss books. I had, like, I wouldn't say the original, but they were single story books with hardcovers. They were hard-covered single story books. So each book had, like, one story in it. I remember I used to have all of those. Or not all of them, but I had a lot of them. They did not survive the test of time because I, being, you know, a child, drew in them. So, yeah. How life goes on. Alright. We got some food in here for a singular duck. I would like to get some deluxe meat though, so I can give it to my Spinos. Oh, baby beast is active right now. I just got a kick and a wick. And it's Wisdom Day. Which means Pebble Plaza is going to be closed and I can't buy any deluxe meat. Baby Beast wants stories? I think Baby Beast is just active because mommy's being loud. I think the game is out to get me right now because it's refusing to give me the deluxe meat I need and making it super inconvenient to buy things, just in general. Because I couldn't buy more watermelon seeds yesterday. Because the seed lady over in the canyon wasn't there. This game is out to sabotage my project. It's making me kind of angry. Not super angry. I'm not going to rage quit, but it is quite frustrating. This is becoming a huge inconvenience for me. Now all my melons are going to be off again. We haven't gotten any new Spinos in so long either. We can get through it. Oh, Dr. Seuss has a dinosaur book apparently. Oh, really? That'd be fun. I know I'm having a little baby girl, but when I was a little girl, I loved horses and dinosaurs. I remember wanting my room decorated with alternating strips of wallpaper of horses and dinosaur fossils. Of course, the adults wouldn't let me do it. They instead made it so the whole wall was dinosaur fossils, and then the top border was a strip of horses. Which they tried to talk me out of doing even that. But I, as a child, loved both horses and dinosaurs as a little girl. So, I mean, I'm not gonna force Barbie doll down my little girl's throats. If she wants dinosaurs, she'll get dinosaurs. If she wants Hot Wheel cars, she's getting Hot Wheel cars. I'm not gonna stop her. Toys are flippin' toys. They're not gender specific.
Palma, Palma, Obama, banana fana for Obama, me, my mama, Palma.
Hi, Big B. How you doing? Huh? Oh, I tried to click and drag. That's what happened. One is called Dr. Seuss Discovers Dinosaurs. Ooh. I am feeling all right. Probably the most energy I've had all week, in all honesty. Monday was a super rainy, cozy day. Thursday, I was just mad at the world. Today, I feel pretty good. So we're going to try and go for as long as I can, or until the game makes me mad. Which is funny to think about. Ever heard of anyone rage quitting a cozy game before? I'll be the first. I think I did that last week, actually. I rage quit last week because I was just so infuriated by everything. And the other one is called Oh Say Can You Say Dinosaur, all about dinosaurs. Ooh, nice. Yeah, like I said, if Baby Beast wants dinosaurs and Hot Wheels and pretty little princess dresses, I'm not gonna say no. She can have whatever she wants. Toys are toys. They're meant for entertainment and imagination. I'm not going to take that from her. Alright. Alright, we need some seeds. I need Melion seeds. Screw your wisdom day. It's a huge inconvenience to me. It's been raining like crazy here the last couple days. We had a big rainstorm on Monday. It's rained off and on all week here, but Monday was a really cozy day. It was heavy rain pour to the point that I could hear it over the TV. And I had just gotten some brand new comfy soft pajama pants that go over my baby belly very comfortably. To the point that, like, they're warm but not over warm, and they're like so soft and comfy. It's like I'm almost not wearing pants, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. They were so cozy. Gear had the day off, so we kind of just snuggled in bed, and I don't even remember what we did, but we like took turns falling asleep on each other. I do remember that. He fell asleep on me, he woke up, adjusted himself, and then I got cozy and I fell asleep on him. It was great. Sounds blissful. It was very blissful. It was very enjoyable. I liked it a lot. Because he had the day off because it was Memorial Day. Alright. Check my calendar here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Bum, 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 bum. So we'll get 60. It's like half my money, but I need it. Since you've been watching a lot of stuff, is there anything cool you've seen the past week? I'm legit trying to think back to everything I've watched, because I watched some more Kitchen Nightmares. I stopped watching that a couple days ago and started watching some like movies and TV series on Netflix. Trying to keep with the cozy vibes. There's nothing really to talk about. But if we want to go non-cozy, I watch some horror movies. Because I do dabble in horror movies occasionally. Yes, while pregnant too. I don't find horror movies to really be scary anymore. I'll be sitting there and critiquing it instead. That's what I've been doing actually for the past few movies I've been watching. I've been critiquing them as like, oh, this is super unrealistic. Can't believe people buy into this kind of bullshit. There was one movie I had started several weeks ago and then stopped watching it because Gear wanted to watch something else. So you've turned into me when I'm like, why is this scary? Dude, okay, so there's one movie I have really bad heavy critiques on, okay? Actually, there's a couple. The first one that I was thinking of when I was talking about it was a movie called Thrash. It's basically a horror, not horror, but I guess thriller. It's a thriller movie about the East Coast getting flooded because of a massive hurricane that hit, so it like flooded the area. I think the movie was like taking place in Annieville or something like that. And at least they used the appropriate shark for Thrash. They used bull shark, which is like one of the most aggressive sharks in the ocean. But even then, they made the bull sharks seem like absolute mindless monsters instead of just being sharks. Because they had the bull sharks going after literally any form of movement in the water and just ganging up on a single prey and ripping it to shreds just because it splashed in the water. And yes, vibrations in the water do feel like, to a shark, a fish in distress. Yes, that is true. But I don't think they would be going after every single person to the point that they kill off the entire town except for 5 people. That's a bit excessive. They are dangerous. Bull sharks are one of the most dangerous sharks in the water. They're the ones in charge of most of the violence in the ocean. Not the great white, the bull shark. In fact, the movie Jaws, the original, was based off of a bull shark attack. But they made the great white the main star of the movie because the bull shark is small and not intimidating like a great white. But Thrash just took that and like cranked it up to like 9,000 to unimaginable, realistic terror. There was this one guy, it was the uncle to one of the characters that survived. He talked about how he was explaining why he became fascinated in studying sharks, even though most people would be terrified and run away from them. And I don't know how true something like this is. I would have to do a little bit of research, but his backstory was he was by the river crawfish hunting that had hippos in it, and one hippo like came up and started charging at him, but suddenly stopped just before it reached him. Reason being, there were 2 bull sharks that were latched on to the hippo's throat. And he became fascinated with the sharks because it's like, if it could put fear into a hippo, it's worth learning about. And I don't know how true that is, considering flipping crocodiles don't mess with hippos. I don't know, man. That seems rather far-fetched. Like, it sounds like it could be plausible. It sounds like it could be plausible, but part of me don't believe it. I've never heard stories of bull sharks up in Africa rivers. Like, I know bull sharks have special organs that allow them to go between fresh water and salt water. That's the only reason why it's somewhat believable, but I don't think they would be that far up an African river to hunt a hippo. Hippo be like, hold my beer and then chomp thing in half. Yeah, no, for real. A hippo would probably kill a bull shark, I'm not gonna lie. Crocodiles are scared of them. I don't think a bull shark would mess with them. I don't know. I find it completely unbelievable all the way through. There is a single great white shark that's like talked about through the film that the shark guy had been tracking for a while, and apparently it was a female that was pregnant. You see her like 3 times throughout the entire film, I think. And the last time you see her, she like comes up and conveniently saves a woman that literally just gave birth while floating in the water, the flooded water, mind you, that, you know, destroyed and submerged like 2-story houses. She was floating there giving birth. Now that's a little bit believable, maybe a little bit of suspense of belief. But I would buy that more than the bull shark attitudes, honestly. But the great white just conveniently saved her because she managed to injure one of the bull sharks with a plank of wood, jabbing it through its upper jaw when trying to defend herself and her literal newborn baby from its attack. So it was bleeding and moving. And that's why the great white shark went after that one instead of her, who was swimming in her own afterbirth. But, you know, that makes a little more sense because the shark was moving and bleeding. The blood smelled fresher, probably. But still, I don't know. The movie was all kinds of crazy, and I just find it personally overall just absolute garbage. Another movie I found garbage was called Prey. Made absolutely no sense. I'm pretty sure it was a Russian movie. I'm not a huge... None of it made any sense. It was dubbed, mind you. The movie was dubbed. So I was able to watch and read along, and there was even subtitles for any like text or font that was on there. I think it was Russian. I could be wrong. It probably wasn't Russian. I know it wasn't Korean, because I know that. I can tell the difference between that. I only think it was Russian because it looks like it was using, like, English font, but not English at the same time, so I'm assuming it was Russian. I'm not sure. It was called Prey. I can't remember if it was with an A or an E, but it was called Prey. There was like these 5 dudes who were like hiking in a mountain as part of like their bachelor party or something like that because one of them was getting married. And suddenly there's like some gunshots and everything like that. And so on and so forth. And it turns out, you know, the gunshots were meant for the guys for whatever unknown reason. Because at the start of the movie, it's just 5 guys hiking in the woods at some kind of national park. Then suddenly they're getting shot at by some sniper rifle person. And you're like, trying to figure out why and who and everything like that. Come to find out, it's a woman that's shooting them. Okay, well, still, why? Understandably so. Why? Later, you find out there was like a drunk guy with his buddy out in the same park with a rifle, and she was trying to get them to stop filming because she was out there with her daughter and whatnot, and the drunk guy accidentally fired his weapon, and there was a casualty. You could probably guess who. It was not Mama. And so, for whatever reason, so we discover this because one of the remaining dudes, because there was 5 guys by the time this event happens, when you discover what happens, there was only 3 left. One of the 3 went into a house, and it was her house with, it was her house because it had like her things, photos of her kid, and everything like that. There was a laptop with literally the footage from the camera of the drunk guy. Like, showing him in the footage, you know. And all this happening on camera. And, you know, instead of doing the sensible thing of targeting just the one guy responsible, the woman is going around and shooting everybody on the national park. She doesn't say a word throughout the entire film either. She's just off in the distance, just shooting people. Killing some of them instantly, and tormenting others by shooting them in the leg and the arms and the shoulders, making them beg while she just stands there looking over them, looming, and then eventually shooting them in the head. And it eventually ends with the younger brother being like the only survivor that I can tell. I don't know. Because the way the movie ends is god-awful. The younger brother, like, takes a knife and stuff off of his older brother, who either is or isn't alive. I don't know. They never go back to him after this scene. But he, like, takes a knife off of his brother, goes and confronts the woman with the gun. They fight, they struggle, and everything like that. She almost wins. He's able to knock her over, get the gun, and he aims it at her, makes it look like he's about to shoot her. And then he decides no. He doesn't say anything. This last bit is all no dialogue, except for like grunts and everything while they're fighting. But he's like shooting at her, preparing, or not shooting, but holding it aimed at her, ready. And then he lowers it and then throws it as far away from both of them as possible, you know, sparing her life. And she's just standing there, takes a couple steps backwards, and then she chooses to just fall backwards off of a cliff. He walks over to the edge, sits down, camera looks over the cliff, and you can see her at the bottom, lifeless, and roll credits. I understand grief is a good motivator for going after people and you know, doing horrible things to them. But when you're just out there doing it mindlessly to any target, it's just straight up murder and not a very good narrative. And here's the kicker. If it was just men, it would be a little bit more understandable because, you know, obviously she would have an issue with men because it was drunk men that, you know, ended the daughter. All right, that would make sense. That would make sense. But it wasn't just men. She had gone out there and even shot a woman not involved in any way that was standing behind a register at a ranger station through a window just because she was there. Like what? Makes no sense. There was a subplot too. The younger brother was engaged to someone who was apparently sleeping with the older brother, who was the owner of some unnamed company in the movie, who had promised a position for his younger brother to join at some point, but had no intentions to follow through with it and actually give him the job. It's like, why? This was all needless and pointless. Why give us a subplot at all when they're all just, you know, in the woods trying not to get shot at? What was the point of the cheating? What was the point of the lies? Like, understandably, you know, there's tension, but you can, like, tell that without giving us random flashbacks every once in a while to what seemed like a happy couple getting interrupted by their brother. It's just... that movie was awful, man. It was just awful. Absolutely awful. The movie I watched after that, though, was a little bit better. I only have one issue with the last movie I watched before stream. The last movie I watched before stream was called Lou. And I'm not going to go into a gripe over the whole movie, because the movie itself and the story and the narrative, that was great. My only gripe with the Lou movie was how wasteful Lou was. At the very beginning of the game, you see Lou and she's doing all these things, and she like hunts a deer and everything like that, because she apparently prepares deer meat for her dog to eat. And all that stuff and shenanigans. But the deer she hunted, I don't know why she decided to do it, but it's super awful wasteful. She guts the deer. You don't see it, but you can tell that she did gut the deer because she shot it with a gun. And then she was dragging it away with the belly split open and blood like dragging behind it as she dragged it to her truck. But she guts open the deer and takes all the innards out and just leaves them there on the ground. Like, ma'am, I understand this is for your dog, but like, you can still use the intestines and the liver and all that stuff. Don't waste it. How do you think they make hot dogs and sausages? They use the lining of the intestines. Like, come on, that's pretty common sense, I'm pretty sure, isn't it? I thought it was common sense. It's so wasteful. I don't care if she didn't have a meat grinder or anything. She got a hammer, there you go, there's a meat grinder. So wasteful. So angry. That's my only gripe with the Lou movie, was how wasteful she was with the deer. Absolutely insane, though. The Prey movie, though, no excuse. God awful. I hate it. Absolute worst. Why do I still have my melon seeds on me? There was another horror movie I watched. It was actually a series. It was a Korean series. If Wishes Could Kill. That was an interesting one. Although I saw the twist from a mile away. As I tend to do, unfortunately, sometimes. But yeah. I don't remember everything I watched, because half the time I'll turn something on and it's usually just noise. Because I don't like sitting in silence. But yeah, no, Prey was just god awful. Hello! Ultra rare? Finally! We have a pharaoh! I think that's what it's called. Yep, that's the pharaoh. And that's an ultra rare. We finally got an ultra rare. Oh my god. Hooray. I'm gonna cry. This is a huge problem because we don't have any food. I think there was a redeem for someone that wanted a pharaoh. I have to check my notes. Let me collect the apium real quick. But we finally got one, guys. After 16 streams. Check my notes. Someone wanted a pharaoh, yes? Yes! Devil's Spawn. Pharaoh or albino, whichever came first. Now I know it's already in the dark green, but if I don't interact with it some, I don't think it'll work. Oh my goodness. That took so long. Let's try that. All right. There we go. All right. Now to go collect some truffles, and I swear to God, there better be deluxe meat. What else did I watch? I can't recall, honestly, aside from just my usual watches on Sunday for anime. occasionally will rewatch Dragon Ball Abridged. I'm gonna wait on the ducks until I can get some deluxe meat for the spinos. We're just vibing though. We vibbin', vibin', vibbins, cozy, quiet, enjoying the music. Apologies, my mind is kind of on other things at the moment, you know, like growing a baby. I can't always think of things to say. I was always that quiet kid, you know, growing up in school. I never really said anything, even when people or even teachers addressed me. I never really, like, ever said much. Oh, we got sparkles. So, like, trying to be a streamer when I was the quiet kid in school is a little bit of a challenge for me, because it's like, I know I need to, like, you know, speak occasionally, even about, you know, just even if it's just the most mundane thing, but it's like, no one wants to hear what I have to say, but it's like, well, if that's true, then why are they here watching me? Clearly they want something. What am I doing with my life? I know one thing that typically works to keep, you know, chat engaged with, like, conversations is just, like, thinking out loud, which, funny enough, it's really weird, alright, for me. I do that, like, all the time in real life. Even when I'm not playing video games, I'll always just think out loud, literally in general, about everything. To the point that I was doing it a lot whenever I was in VCs, like, before I was streaming. And I could tell I was very clearly getting on some people's nerves at the time back in the day. So, like, I slowly, like, stopped thinking out loud. And then when I started streaming, it's like, oh, I gotta get back into that habit. And it's still a little hard. And it's just been all kinds of up and downs when it comes to, like, you know, trying to talk on streams and just not necessarily engaging, but being active. You know? You know? Alright, I swear to God, if they don't have deluxe meat today, I don't know. I'm gonna try and not rage quit, but it's gonna be very infuriating. Very, very infuriating. So glad you got an ultra rare though. Yeah, our first ultra rare, and it's a pharaoh. I need to look up my my blueprints and remind myself which pin I was putting the pharaohs in. Excuse me. Kitty, no, why are you screaming? No scream, kitty. Pick up all this free herbivore food that we got out here. Might as well. I'll need that for the ducks. Oh, excuse me, guys. I didn't mean to yawn in your ears. Oh, finally. Jeezums. This is not going to be enough for all the Spinos, though. I'll just have to hang on to it and just keep piling it up in storage for a hot bit, because that is not going to be enough for all the current Spinos. I can tell you that right now. But we finally have some deluxe meat, at least. The heck? What the heck? Excuse me, Taco. Excuse me, Taco. Excuse me, Taco. Oops, wrong button. Excuse me, Taco. You, Taco, are not normal. But I know you're not a spectacular because I've used all my spectacular candy for the time being. Are you? Are you? You're shitting me. Alright, hold on. We gotta add this to the collection. That is also an ultra rare I don't have on my other save. I swear. To whoever. There was 2 ultra rares in one day. Two ultra rares in one day. Where was I putting the pharaohs again? Where's my blueprint? There it is. Okay, I was putting them at the bottom next to the spectaculars. You'll get some deluxe food just because I literally have nothing else for you. If I remember correctly, tacos like crunchy. I don't have any crunchy snacks. Technically I do. I've got some potatoes and some coconuts. Wait, do I need the potatoes for Pippin? No. Okay. I do need the coconut for Pippin, but I can just go to the canyon and get some more. In fact, I'll do that right now. Let's go get some coconuts for the taco too. Ain't no way. Sorry. Paleo Pines dinosaurs. Why am I looking at... Oh, now I remember why I'm looking at them. There's a pearl. Okay, pearl is only a rare. I'm not going to waste my time on a rare. Ultra rare I will, but not a rare. Okay, so I need tacos. What research do you need? I was looking at the, oh my god, what are they called? These guys. There was like a sky blue one, and I couldn't remember if it was rare or ultra rare. I had to look it up real quick. Because it was like solid sky blue with no additional colors, it was only a rare, and I'm not going to waste my time on that. I do need some coconuts, though. Is ginger scrunchy? It's spice root. Spice root is scrunchy. Is ginger. Ginger is spicy. Those are gingers. Bam, 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 bam. What's this? Spice root. Let's grab some of these. Because I don't know exactly how much it's gonna take for the taco. Yeah, this guy. He's got all blue, like a little purple tip, which is only a rare. If he had like an all blue, dark blue, and orange back fin, then that would be an ultra rare. But no, that's a pearl. It's only a rare. It's fine. Hey man, I might as well collect the ultra rares when they pop up, if I see them. Ooh. I'm being bullied by my own child. Thank you for the sub. I didn't hear my alert go off for some reason. Oh, there it goes. Thank you for the sub. Greatly appreciate it. It was very delayed. Can I do it with just the spice root? A little too much. I never hit send yet. Oh, well, it popped up in chat before the alert actually went off. So I don't know what happened there. I guess chat just foresaw it. Come on. Oh my god. It's like getting further and further away. I'm doing pretty good. As I had mentioned earlier when you weren't here, this is probably the most energy I've had all week, which is why I'm here streaming now. But I am doing good. There we go. Okay, I was about to say, shit, I forgot the poppins, but no, I didn't. Alright. Get out of here. Baby's doing good. Been no issues, no complications, no nothing. Nothing has felt off, nothing has seemed off. There have been days, obviously, there hasn't been a whole lot of activity, but I've also not been active, so I guess the baby just thought it was still sleep time. But whenever I'm active, the baby's usually active. So yeah, I do have an appointment coming up, actually. Not, obviously not today, but the coming Friday after today is my next appointment, I believe. Right. Yep. Literally a week from today is when I have another appointment, so I'll actually have an update for like Blue Sky about that. Because I post a lot more on Blue Sky than anywhere else. Just about things. Get back here. We got melons to harvest. I gotta wait a day to plant the seeds though, because our days are off. Because Seed Lady wasn't at her stall one day because of the super heavy rain. And I didn't have any backup seeds. I can feel movement right now, actually. It's not like sudden kicks or bursts or punches. Every once in a while, I'll get like this feeling in my stomach or wherever the baby, wherever the baby's located, and it's literally them like pushing. They don't just kick or just punch. It's not just a sudden eh. There are occasions where it feels like they're literally like pushing to stretch out my body. I also have those feelings. Not just the, you know, the usual baby kicks. Feels like it's trying to burst out of my stomach like a chest burster. Ah! Can someone say big stretch? Because that's what it's like, basically, inside my belly. Exactly. I will also take a moment to stretch.
Why were you dehydrated? Why are you dehydrated?
Thank you for the hydrate.
Why are you dehydrated?
I am almost out of water. I have a little bit left, but I am running low. Alright, Pharaoh is fine. Excuse me. Melon seeds. Just go ahead and plant these. No, what am I doing? I actually have to wait a day. I forgot, because we're a day off. I have to wait. Stockpile some more food in there. turnip. No, I've got a turnip. What was the last thing I needed for Pippin? It's a coconut, garlic, turnip, cauliflower. I need cauliflower. I literally have to wait for spring for that because that's the only time you can get cauliflower, either in market or seeds. They are only sold in spring. Okay. And we still have a little while before spring. So we have to wait. Yeah, 3 cauliflower, 2 garlic, 1 turnip, and 1 coconut. We have a turnip, 2 garlic, coconuts. We just need to wait on the cauliflower. Okay, well, let's go sell the watermelons. And hopefully buy some more deluxe meat on top of what we've got, because that really needs to reaccumulate, just like my stinky fertilizer. Gotta be kidding me. Of course. The flippin' guy's not here when I want to flip and sell watermelons. Guy's never there when I want to flip and sell watermelons. Ah! It's Saturday. He's usually not there like Saturday and Sundays. I don't know. It's so weird because it seems like it's a 50-50 for him to be there on Saturdays, but he's very much not there on Sundays. And it's very irritating. And today is Saturday. And he's not there. And I know he's not going to be there tomorrow. And I swear to God. This game is out to get me. It's trying to sabotage me, guys. It's trying to sabotage my project. I mean, technically I can still do it with the regular carnivore meat. But the deluxe is just so much better because they, like, eat less. And so I don't have to buy it as often. But it's also infuriating! See, a timeless, an oak, and an oak. Alright. That's fine. Sorry for going quiet. I was trying to not get mad at the game. Have a short temper already, and plus being pregnant makes it even shorter than normal because hormones. But this game, this save file is really out to screw me over. Just running around collecting truffles. Trying not to get mad. No sparkles. Moving on. No sparkles. Moving on. Onion. Who remembers Onion-chan? Onion-chan. From Undertale? Is that? Of course from Undertale. Where else? That's the only Onion-chan I know. Onion. Onion. Onion-chan. Onion-chan. Heck yeah! See, Ember remembers too. You know, that's kind of one complaint I have nowadays for a lot of video games coming out. Aside, not just prices, but like, they're coming out in like chapters. Because this kind of circles back to Undertale with the whole Deltarune thing. Like, I hate the chapter system. It was fine for some games, it made sense because it was literally like telling a story like a storybook, so it made sense for those. But like all these other games that come out with chapters, it's like, no, stop it, just give me the full story. Like, I am willing to wait 5 years for a complete story instead of just a chapter of a story. Just give it to me! I didn't want to do it that way, but I had to because it was the only way to get deluxe meat and sell the melons. Because the guy's not going to be there tomorrow either. But yeah, no, I hate the chapter systems for most modern games now. Perfect example is Poppy Playtime. They ruined it. Completely ruined it. Oh my god. I'm not happy with the direction they've taken it. It was like perfect up to chapter 3 and then they ruined it with the latest chapter. It's like garbage. Just actual garbage now. There's not even a story anymore. refuse to believe there's a story anymore. It's just bad. I gotta wait to plant the melons because they're out of sync right now. I think that's everything. So I can go around and clear out the farm a little bit. Take some time. Ooh, popped my neck. That felt good though. It's late enough. We can probably end the day without too much issue. Excuse me? Sorry? Alright, on to the next day. Jasper is a helper once again. Technically have enough fertilizer for one patch of crops, which might be worth it just so I can have the money I need. How much deluxe meat do I have? I need like almost 500 to feed everybody. Well, with the new guy, it's probably going to be like more than that. We'll wait. Still. Alright, poop check. Pen is clean by the looks of it. This pen is definitely not clean. We could probably start bringing in our trio of ducks, of duck, duck, goose. Maybe. No. Yeah, no. I don't know. There's enough food in there for one for a couple of days. Because they're large, so they take about 5 units of food a day. They do like spicy. I've been carrying spicy stuff with me for the past several days. I was just waiting for a good time to grab some ducks. Because I still want to make sure I have plenty of food for the Spinos as well. And while I have enough for the current Spinos, we do have a new guy. Which means I need a little over 500 to make sure everyone gets fed. If I keep going with the 20 per Spino per pen. Because that seems to work for like a week before I need to get more food. 3 dinos are unhappy. Why? Clean pen. Oh, there it is. There we go. So I want to get some more. I want to get some more Deluxe food first before we go around and replace their food. Because I'm going to feed the ducks the very basic food, so they'll poop a lot. Because I need to poop. I have so much firm fertilizer, I might as well just sell it, because I'm not going to be using it anytime soon. And it's not like it's going to be hard for me to get firm fertilizer with all these spinos on the farm. Again, I wish I could just convert fertilizer. That would be way easier. And yeah, you're right, it is another source of income. Especially when I've got a, pardon my French, a literal shit ton of it. Alright, thank you for your service, Gear. So, we'll actually go sell some of the firm fertilizer.
I can make bread with it!
Bread. Yeah, look how much firm fertilizer we have. Hold on, let me put all this back in. I have almost 2,000 firm fertilizer. Yeah, that's a lot. So I'm actually going to put some stuff away and we're going to sell a good chunk of this. That is a lot of poop, and we are going to sell almost half of it. Because I don't need that much. Specifically firm. I don't need it. Like, I'll keep some for crops, but I don't need 2,000 of it. Shit, that's right. What's his face isn't here to sell to. Forgot. It's Sunday. He's not here. I hate that guy so much. Alright, well, I guess we're not selling poop today, at least. We'll sell it later. So infuriating. Alright, what spinos do we have today? Oak, leaf, and aquamarine. Alright. Nothing to worry about today. So let's go collect some truffles. I guess no, never mind. I was gonna say, I guess I could technically sell the fertilizer to the guy at Pebble Plaza, But he only has 4,000 shells at one time. Although if he's got deluxe meat, it might be worth it. Because then we just trade back and forth. Like I did with the melons. I might do that if he's got deluxe meat. So if I can get some more deluxe meat, then we can start getting ourselves our quackers. Gotta have that deluxe meat. Yeah, we do. We gotta have that deluxe meat. It's what's gonna keep the Spinos happiest. Happy Spinos stay on the farm. Unhappy Spinos leave forever. Well, not forever. That's a little dramatic. But they do leave. And I have to recollect them later. Okay. Truffle patch there is not respawned. Truffle patch here has. Oh, where would the Spinos go? They would leave the ranch and go into storage. You know, whenever I release a dinosaur back into the wild, it's basically going into my storage, where I can recollect the dinosaurs later. So I would have to go to Mari's house like first thing in the morning, or super late in the evenings when she's at her house, and talk to her. And then select like Dino Track or Track a Dino or something like that to select one of many dinosaurs for her to track, which would spawn in an area behind her, allowing me to do the whole friendship process all over again with the dinosaur. You know, where I've got to feed them and soothe them and all that. I got to do all that all over again to get the dinosaur to trust me again to get back on the farm. Yeah. I can demonstrate later if y'all want to see. But basically, I just gotta refriend them all over again. It's the same dinosaur. They keep their level and everything like that. If they like have any levels or whatnot, they keep their levels. They're just not at the farm anymore. You, sir, do you have deluxe meat today? You do. It might be worth the hassle of selling fertilizer to you. No. I think I have to sell it to Granny, actually. I can't remember for sure. I'll grab a stack and see who I could sell it to. If I sell it to Granny, then I'll just sell what I can and buy what I can. If I can sell it to the guy, then we're doing the method. We're gonna grab one stack first and see. Well, never mind. Just grabbed a whole bunch. One stack. That's all I need. Hooray, we have enough food in the trough for one duck for 3 days. 4, 5, 10, 15, 20. 4 days. We can feed a single duck for 4 days, guys. Hooray. Alright, can I sell it to you? Or is it just Granny right now? It's just Granny. Alright, well, we'll sell what we can. And for 3 ducks, we need 60 then. Yes. You are correct. Sell what we can. Oh, we can sell more to Granny. We can sell about 700 more. Cause I got like 190, 180 for 99. Alright, let's get some more then. Stickbook. Welcome in, Devil's Spawn. Guess what? We've got a Pharaoh Spino. We finally got our first ultra rare. We got a lizard. We got our first ultra rare. That's not a spectacular. That's a Pharaoh. And as I had written down in my notes, you wanted either a Pharaoh or an albino, whichever happened first. Congratulations, you are a Pharaoh. Fertilizer. 5, 6, 7. Heck yeah! Heck yeah. Our first quote-unquote official, depending on how you want to look at it, ultra rare. Spino, at least. We've gotten ultra rares before, but that's our first ultra rare Spino that's not a spectacular. Oh, and she's out of money. Alright. Ooh, little shock. No Mel or albino yet. They are a little more common than the other ultra rares. I know in October they are actually more common for ultra rares because for Halloween they boost albinos and melanistics in October for Halloween, but all the ultra rares I'm pretty sure have a similar spawn chance together. I've been getting albinos and melas of other dinos, though. We got a Proud Lotus taco just a moment ago, actually. But because I'm only hunting specifically one dinosaur, the ultra rares are a little harder to get. Is this going to be enough? I don't think this is going to be enough, but we can try. Lucky, you can go back to your pen. But yeah, I'm only hunting one specific dinosaur, so I mean, if I see other ultra rares, I'll grab them too, but we don't keep them. But because I'm only hunting the one, it's a little more tricky. I could be completely wrong about the spawn rate, but I'm pretty sure all the ultra rares have the similar spawn rate. But in October, Mela and Albino, I know for a fact their spawn rates are increased for Halloween. At least they were for 1 year. I don't know if they keep doing that or not. I don't know if they do that year-round or if it was just that 1 year for the DLC, but I do remember that. I do remember that happening. Yeah. Let's see if I've got enough for everybody. I might. Just barely. Yeah, we got enough. We definitely got enough food for some ducks now. We got lots of food for the ducks. So we can grab ourselves some ducks tomorrow. Ain't that exciting? Did I put the fertilizer down on these? I did not. Okay, I gotta do that real quick. Just because I need to squeeze out every little bit that I can. I didn't hear or see a notification go off, but I see in chat that it says Devil Spawn subscribed for 1 month, so thank you, Devil Spawn. I don't know what's going on with my alerts. Ah, there it is. Food is good. The Melon Empire is slowly making its way. Yeah, it's slowly making its way. Well, I see now that Devil Spawn was typing up a message, which is why it took so long. That's why I waited a hot second, but I didn't know they were typing a message. But yeah, the Melon Empire is slowly making its way. I'm still trying to befriend Pippin to get the plain rice recipe. I have to wait until spring though, because cauliflowers are only available in spring. Like in general, I can only buy seeds, buy the crops, or grow the crops in spring. So once it's spring, we'll get the cauliflower for Pippin's current mission. And the Melon Empire is kind of taking a hit right now because we ran out of stinky fertilizer, which is why we're going to be collecting some ducks here in a little bit. Because I have not been producing enough weeds to make stinky fertilizer. I really wish I could convert fertilizer because we had almost 2,000 firm fertilizer. Too much fucking fertilizer. Ducks like swamp ducks? Yeah, swamp ducks. Because they're big dinosaurs and I'm going to give them the very basic food so they poop a lot so I can get some stinky fertilizer from them. Yeah, I had almost 2,000 firm fertilizer because of all the spinos that I have. I really wish I could convert fertilizer into another fertilizer, but for the time being, it's another money source. We can sell firm fertilizer while waiting for melons to grow, so at least we'll always have some form of an income. But yeah, no, it's ridiculous how much firm fertilizer I have. Granted, it's all from the spinos, but still. Ah! As a Kali Empire person, that sounds like a dream. Oh gosh. Yeah, I had considered downgrading to cauliflower, but when I was looking at the price that they sell at compared to the melons, I still feel like even like no grade melons are still better worth it in my personal opinion. Because one 0-star watermelon can buy me 2 seeds. So it's like 1 makes 2, 2 makes 4, 4 makes 8 kind of thing. Even if I need the money for other things other than melon seeds, I just, it feels, for my current predicament, it just feels like it's still a better option for me. But I had considered it, and I just don't think it's worth it because you can only get cauliflower seeds during spring. They're not sold year-round like the watermelons. Yeah, no, to each their own. I'm just explaining my thought process behind why I didn't downgrade to cauliflowers. I still feel like melons are still worth it, and cauliflower can only be bought, like cauliflower seeds can only be bought in spring, and I don't got the kind of money to just buy a shit ton of cauliflower seeds. I'm barely getting by with just the melons. So it's like, I need to go big or go home. Yeah, yeah. But can you imagine the profit I'll have once I unlock plain rice with watermelons? Can you imagine the profit? Because it'll like it'll double how many I harvest. It's gonna be insane. I can hardly wait for that, but we gotta wait for spring. Because I still need to befriend Pippin first. Raising stonks! Raising the stonks! Eventually. We'll get there, though. We will get there. I need to, at the very least, harvest... not harvest, but make sure my melons are fertilized at least during spring. That way I can get the maximum amount of profit in summer. I am almost salivating at the thought going to turn out like... I don't know what you were trying to type there. Money, money, money! Oh dear, that spelling. Almost. No, you're good. I still understood it even with my dyslexia. Yeah, no, makes me think of Mamma Mia. Money, money, money. Must be funny in a rich man's world. Speaking of money, we are going to sell our fertilizer because I got a lot of it. A lot of firms specifically. So we're going to sell a good chunk of this. Because I don't need it. I'll keep some on hand just in case I need to grow a crop for like a mission or something. But I'm going to sell majority of it. Because I don't need 2,000 firm fertilizer. He's actually there today. Yeah, whenever I need this guy, he's usually never here. Now I've got that song in my head. Money, money, money. Must be funny in a rich man's world. Give me all of it. It's not a huge profit, but it's profit nonetheless. Bum 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 bum. Oh yeah, we also the Melon Empire is also off by another day because when some melons were ready to harvest, it was a super stormy weather and the seed lady wasn't in town and I didn't have any backup seeds. So we're off by a day again. Which honestly kind of makes me mad. Not as mad as the guy at the Pebble Plaza that's supposed to sell the deluxe meat, you know. Not selling it for 2 weeks straight when I needed it for my Spinos or anything. You know, the dinosaurs aren't hungry, you know. It's fine. I can wait. Guy over here making my dinos starve. What we got over here today? We've got an Aurora, which we already completed, a Silver, and a Aquamarine. We don't need the Aurora. We've completed the Aurora collection. Alright, so let's go and collect truffles once again. Yeah, we gotta collect ourselves a couple of ducks too. I almost forgot. If I remember right, up to 3 can be in a group together. Yeah, because they like to be in pairs. Here, have some spicy saffron. I am out of water. Schooling, I love their call. Oh, the duck calls. Yeah, they're pretty goofy. Goofy little guys. Oh, here comes Gear to give me more water. Thank you, Gear. I appreciate it. I love you. Yay. He loves me too. I hope so. We're married and having a baby together. Hooray! We have a duck. So we'll name you Duck. Spicy saffron. Spicy saffron. Give you another one before I soothe you. Spicy poppin'. Name you Duck. And then we'll grab another one either on the way home, because I can't remember if they show up at the other spot during fall or not. Or we'll grab another one tomorrow and it'll be named Goose. Duck, Duck, Goose. I guess I could have named them Huey, Louie, and Dewey, though. Those would have also been good names. Because they're little stinkers. Thank you. I got more water. Let me know which names you like more. Duck, Duck, Goose, or Huey, Dewey, and Louie. And if you don't know who Huey, Dewey, and Louie are, you hurt my soul. You vote for the second one, Huey, Dewey, and Louie? You got one vote for Huey, Dewey, and Louie. They're both great, but if you care about differentiating them, you should name them Huey, Louie, and Dewey. Okay. Come on, Lucky. It's right there. Give me just a sec. Come on, Lucky! Lucky! It's right here! What the heck? Here we go. Good God! Alright. What's the proper order of their names whenever they're like said in shows? Because apparently I said it wrong. I was calling it Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Is it Huey, Louie, and Dewey? Is that how their names are supposed to be in order? Huey, Dewey, and Louie? Okay, so I had it right the first time. Alright. I thought I was losing my brain. Which, you know, is normal. No pins. Open. This one shall be Huey. This one shall be Dewey. And we will grab Louie in a moment. Let me check for some deluxe meat, even though I don't have a whole lot of money. I was wrong. Oh, you were wrong? It's okay. I just didn't know if there was another way that I wasn't aware of that was said more often. Give me all this. Alright, and then we can grab Louie. Are there ducks over here? There are ducks over here. We'll get this one for Louie. That way he's different from his brothers. He's the same color as Dewey, but the patterns of Huey, so... has some saffron. Oh, I put Louie to sleep. Give you another one. So up close and personal in the camera. Here we go. Then I'll sell the rest of the saffron. Huey, Dewey, and Louie. My poop collectors. Or my poop makers, I should say. Temporarily. Alright, let's get some dreamstones. The Duck Brothers. From space! Couldn't resist. Yeah, sure. I don't care. There we go. Huey, Dewey, and Louie are now home and should start producing poop in a few days. Hopefully. I'll sell the saffron tomorrow. I still have a lot of fertilizer I could still sell. Gotta get lots of poop. I do gotta get lots of poop. All the poop. We need the stinky poop. Spinos that were unhappy previously are slowly becoming happy again. That's good. Ooh, 6 weeds. Nice. We're getting there. Alright, Huey, Dewey, and Louie are fine. They've got lots of food for a while, so I don't need to worry about them for a good chunk of time. Just leave them in there to their own devices. And collect poop occasionally from them. Pharaoh pen doesn't have any poop, so I'm just gonna move along. Alrighty. So much farm fertilizer to sell. And some melons. Watermelons. Watermelons. They're not crowded in there, are they? They look happy. I'll have to check them with the book. Pretty sure they'll be okay with 3 of them in there. I mean, they take up the same amount of space as the Spinos. So that, I know for a fact that pin is big enough for all 3 of them, because I made it for Spinos. But are they going to be happy with 3 of them? They should. It's like the max for pairs. Oh, yeah, they're happy. Okay, good. Just double checking. I'm paranoid. I want to make sure they are at least happy while they're staying here. I'm not going to be cruel to them. They'll just be so monstrous. Like, they're only here to provide me poop, but I want them to at least be happy. And then I gotta wait until tomorrow to plant the seeds because everything's off by a day now. Okay. 15 fertilizer. That way it's enough for one plot of crops if I ever need it. Watermelons! Buying some seeds probably would be a bad idea. Alright, I'm not going to be making as much because there's like 0 grades to them. 30... Oh, it's going to take everything I have. Okay, never mind. We'll just have to hold out. Hold out and hope for that stinky fertilizer to start coming out of the ducks soon. The Duck Brothers. We're the Duck Brothers. We don't lay eggs. Let's see. A leaf, and a leaf. All 3 leaves. I will leaf my way out of here. Welcome back. You missed my wonderful impersonation and reference. With the Duck Brothers, we don't lay eggs. Hello, Courage the Cowardly Dog. Yeah, the things I do for love. Half tempted to grab that green duck just so we would have 3 different colors of ducks in the pen, but I'm just gonna leave it as is because it doesn't really matter. I just need the poop. Courage is a fun, creepy show. Yeah, it is. I don't like the one where the cousin comes visit, though. The one that's obsessed with, shaving. That one makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, Muriel's nephew, Fred. I don't like Fred. He makes me uncomfortable. Which, granted, I'm pretty sure is the point of his design and whole storytelling, but I do not like Fred. Just like how Guy does not like green eggs and ham, Pama does not like Fred. That episode is a banger for being able to make such a creepy episode where when you think about it, not much happens. No, but Fred is just creepy. Fred makes me very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable. I would prefer if Fred stays at the funny farm, please, and thank you. With the nice young men in the clean white coats. And they're coming to take Fred away, haha. I'm just dating myself at this point with all these references I'm making tonight. I enjoy it because of what it can do with so little. Like, he's a barber and all he does in the episode is shave Courage. But it's the way it's presented makes it seem so much more creepy or threatening. Yeah, because it's like, I know it's an actual condition, but the way they tell it almost seems like he could just straight up be potentially a murderer. And I almost feel like that's what murderers like think to themselves, is like, oh, so naughty. And I'm just like, no thank you, please. No thank you. I want to go home now. Mom, pick me up. I don't like this party anymore. Oh, 100%. There are several theories about what Freaky Fred represents. I mean, his condition for shaving is a real life condition. I don't remember the name of it though, but it's a real thing. So it could literally just be straight up him just having that condition where he's just obsessed with shaving all the time. Or it could be a representation of something. It really depends on what the writer was going through at the time. What the writer's intention for that episode was all about. It could have straight up just been, I'm going to make a guy that's obsessed with shaving. Sometimes it doesn't mean anything. Sometimes it means everything. That word, I'm not even going to try and pronounce it. I might summon Cthulhu. Alright, what time of day is it? We'll wait a little bit more. Return the slab, or suffer my curse. Exactly. King Ramses' curse! Let's not forget the episode about Kitty and Bunny, though. That episode was deep. Probably the deepest for a Courage episode, because what they were portraying there was right at surface level. There is no theories about it. It's right there in your face. If I remember right, the episode is the only one I know of where it opens with two characters legit dying, being eaten by locusts. I guess technically they died, but they were also returning characters too. So did they really die? Or was it a Space Dandy episode? And if you understand what I mean by that, we are now friends. If you don't understand what I mean by that, that's okay. Stay pure. Stay innocent. It might be better if you don't know. It's a trip, man. I don't even know how to begin to explain it. Let's go around and clean up the farm a little bit while I wait for some more time to pass. Of course, there's the Courage the Cowardly episode where he dealt with anxiety about being perfect. Ah, yes. I think I remember that one. I don't know. I'm just sitting here kind of wanting a burger. But it's like 11 o'clock and no restaurants are open. Damn you, pregnancy. You immediately reminded me of that weird blue CGI monster telling you you're not perfect as one of Courage's nightmares. Oh. Gear, I hate you. Why'd you have to remind me of that god-awful thing? I hate you. I can't believe you've done this. Oh, I have quite a few weeds. Come on! Come on! There we go. Jeezums. One of the funnier episodes was the one where Courage had to deal with the goose god that fell in love with Muriel. You know how he resolved it? The truck. Thank you for tending to the snail garden. He resolved it with Eustace's truck. Honk honk. I'm very familiar with the goose god. Now, not to be mean or anything to Muriel, but honestly, I don't know what the goose god saw in her because she was a really old lady. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Muriel, but it's also like he's an immortal being and he fell in love with probably like the oldest woman in nowhere. Yep, Goose God fell in love with the truck because Courage honked its horn. Yeah. You could say Courage pushed the button. I don't know. Man, my brain just decided to just go, yep. My brain was like, yep, that'll be funny. I don't think it was. But my brain thought it was. You know what? That's fine. It's okay. It is what it is. I oughta rewatch Courage the Cowardly Dog at some point, sure. I mean, it's not a super long series or anything. Probably be better than me watching horror movies before bed. I already know it's on Tubi. I already knew that. Okay. How long do we have until spring? 4 more days. I'm not tired yet. I just want it to be spring already so I can get the cauliflower for Pippin.
I can make bread with it! Bread! Bread!
Sorry, I try to say bread with it as softly as possible so it can still be picked up.
Lizard.
Lizard, 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 lizard. Lizard, wizard, hairy wizard.
Lizard.
Exactly. I don't know why Sinji is why the volume for Sinji's Redeem is so low. But it is. Here. I've got a pocket full of poop. Please take it. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. I would, like, think out loud, but I'm actually not thinking at all. I'm just sitting here listening to the music. No thoughts, head empty. I'm just vibing. We cozy, we vibing. Let's see, we got a timeless, a silver, and an oak. We don't need any of those. I wonder how Muriel's happy plums would be in real life, considering they cured a man's depression in one episode. I don't know, but I can already tell you what one ingredient for it would be. Vinegar, yeah, absolutely, because she states herself in a couple episodes, she puts vinegar in everything. No, thank you. Wonder why she puts vinegar in everything. Probably because she can't taste anything. She's old. It's the child-friendly version of putting tobacco in everything, I bet. Or excuse me, Tabasco. Or whiskey. Or whiskey. Pretty much, yeah. It's the child-friendly version of Tabasco whiskey. Hey, Gear, is McDonald's open? If not, don't worry about it. I'll just have me some carrots later. But if they are... I want a burger. I crave flesh of the innocents. Checking them tacos. I do want a burger. The innocent life that dwells inside me craves the flesh of other innocents. There are no innocents, not anymore. Do you care where it's from? Could it be McDonald's? Yeah, I was asking if McDonald's specifically was open, because I honestly don't care. I just want some form of beef. Doesn't have to be good beef. I just want beef. I got a message from family. Oh. My grandmother has been obsessed with sending me random YouTube videos. Want anything with the McDouble or just a McDouble? Fries. Always fries. I love fries. Can't go wrong with fries. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just waiting for time to go by, so I'm just checking things out. I might need to go on a quick bathroom break. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna wait about 10 minutes and then we'll go on a bathroom break. Because that's when we'll have an ad break. And I can use that time to go to the bathroom real quick. So I'm going to see about holding it for a hot second. Alright, let's go to the next day. Because I don't need to go that badly. I can wait. I'll try at least. We'll see what happens. Ew, big stretch. How dare the Duck Brothers not provide me with poop yet? I expect the poop. I need it. I require it. Meal has been ordered. Yay! Absolutely horrible, terrible food for me has been ordered, but I crave it. There's something in it that my body requires for making the baby. I don't know what it is, but it is something. I'm not going to question it. I am just going to feed it. You don't question a pregnant woman's cravings. If you do, you die. Granted, I haven't had super crazy cravings, thank God. Except, I guess, maybe the hibachi beef and hibachi broccoli with Caesar salad. I think that's the craziest I've had so far. Excuse me. Alright, that's all the poopage. Question, you've been streaming for almost 3 hours. We gonna try for 4? I'm going to try and go for as long as I can tonight. Not, obviously, probably not 8 hours. I don't know if I'll be able to do 8 hours, but I plan on doing it for quite a bit because I haven't streamed all week this week. So I wanna put a good chunk of time in tonight. When I start feeling eepy, I'll probably end stream. Eight might be the maximum amount. I'm not doing any more 12-hour streams for like a really long time. But 8 will be the absolute max, like no more than 8 if I do a really long stream for any reason, even a celebration. It's gonna be 8. I don't know if I'll do 8 tonight, but that will be the max if I do end up doing that. But that is not the goal, that's just the max. Because, like I said, I want to try and get as much done as possible. It's been a hot minute. And yawning doesn't count because I yawn all day, every day. So if you hear me yawning, don't be like, "Oh, Pama's tired. Pama, go to bed." No, I yawn 24/7. Professional yawner? Yes, I am exactly that. I am a professional yawner. I am the champion of yawns. I have gold medals and everything. Would you like to see? I'm gonna show you my gold medals. Pro yawner. There's been a couple. I'm not really joking either. There's been a couple of times I've had some really big, long yawns that I actually had to stop yawning to catch my breath and then continue yawning afterwards. I'm not joking. I've had some big yawns in my life. I am pro yawner. I popped my jaw one time doing a yawn once. I got big yawns. I am gold medal Olympian yawner. Leaf, oak, and nightlight, which is uncommon. I had to think for a moment. Because we're only missing one rare, and that's the algae. It's the zigzag, isn't it? Or is it the wavy? I'll check when we go back to the farm. I think it's wavy that we're missing, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll double check. I don't know why, but my brain suddenly had nostalgic flashbacks to the Burger King Pokemon toys from the 90s. I've dated myself, but I don't care. Who here remembers the McDonald's Pokemon toys? Or not McDonald's, Burger King, excuse me. The Burger King McDonald's toys. Man, I had well, I wouldn't say a complete collection, but I had a lot of those. It was the only time I ever ate Burger King, too. I do for both. Wait, McDonald's had Pokemon? Oh, I guess McDonald's had Pokemon cards for a while. Scalpels ruined that for sure. I remember the Burger King meal Pokemon toys. Yeah, those are the ones I was talking about. The Burger King ones. I said McDonald's by accident. McDonald's did Pokemon cards, which was a horrible idea. I guess anything Pokemon related is a horrible idea, because scalpers. But, yeah, I remember that was like the only time I ever actually ate Burger King is because I wanted the Pokemon toys. I had a huge collection, too. Oh my god, guys, I had a Mewtwo, man. I miss that. I still have the golden cards somewhere in storage. I don't know where they're at, but I have them somewhere. No, they're not for sale, and you can't have them. Flippin' scalpers. I remember, like, back in the day, my mom was a little bit obsessed trying to collect one of every gold-plated Pokemon card from Burger King, because she's like, this could be your college money! And I was just like, okay, Mom, I just want your Pokemon. They were never sold as far as I'm aware. As far as I'm aware, they are still in storage. Although, they're most likely not in really good condition because I have a bit of a story behind them. One of them's missing their Pokeball stand and plastic case around it, and another one has just straight up a broken Pokeball stand for it. And the reason for that is I had them displayed in my bedroom, and this wasn't even my fault. I'm going to say this right now. It wasn't even my fault that they broke and got lost. But They were displayed in my bedroom once upon a time. They were up on a top shelf, like a really high top shelf. The only way you could access it was with a ladder or climbing onto the top bunk bed, because I used to have a bunk bed back in the day. But what happened is we had a very clingy cat. And that cat liked to sleep with me a lot of the time. I slept on the top bunk. How do you think the cat would get up on the top bunk? That's right, he would jump on the shelves. Well, you know, if he was a normal-sized cat, it wouldn't have been a problem. You know what was a problem? Flimsy little metal arms holding up a very lightweight plank of wood, also trying to hold the weight of our Norwegian forest cat. He was heavy. Alright, he was a big boy. He was a chunk. And I don't mean fat chunk either. That cat was like... God, I don't know how massive he was, but he was massive. I want to say he was probably almost 15 pounds. But he was not fat. You touched that cat, there was not an ounce of fat on him. He was solid muscle. He didn't have a pouch or anything. You know, when cats get like neutered or fixed, they would use, sometimes they'll have a pouch. He didn't have a pouch. He was just a brick of muscle. All right. That shelf could not withstand the weight of a 15-pound solid brick of muscle Norwegian forest cat. And one day he jumped on it. So the shelf didn't break, but what happened was he jumped on one end of it. These shelves were not nailed down. They were kind of just floating there on very flimsy metal arms. He jumped on one side with no counterweight, and the whole thing just flopped. With all of the golden Pokemon cards in their stands and everything. One of the Pokeballs just straight up broke. Like, you can still close it and open it, but instead of opening and being like at a 90-degree angle to display the Pokemon card on the inside, it opens 180. It's just flat. It opens completely flat. And then the other one, I don't know how he managed to do this, but with another one, I think it's actually the same Pokeball. I can't remember. It's been so long. But somehow with one of the Pokemon, like the gold-plated Pokemon cards, he somehow popped it out of its case and lost the case. I looked all over the floor and under the bed for said case. I could not find it. I had to take a handkerchief and like wrap the card up in it just to try and like make sure it didn't get like dust or fingerprints too badly on it. I didn't know what else to do because you can't just stick a gold-plated Pokemon card into a card sleeve and call it a day. It needed a flipping case. And I don't know what happened to its original case. So I just did the next best thing I could think of and I wrapped it up in a handkerchief. And as far as I know, those cards are in a box in storage somewhere. And they are probably not in too good of a shape because metal is a very, very soft... Gold is a very soft metal, so... I don't think those guys are going to be in good condition anymore, unfortunately. So, yeah. Even if they were for sale, they're not going to go for a very good price. Oh yeah, I know gold is a soft metal. I know gold is a soft metal. It's almost like Play-Doh in your hands. And I just realized we had an ad break and I didn't go to the bathroom. Because I was too busy telling the story about the Norwegian forest cat ruining my gold-plated Pokemon cards. I am curious on what their conditions are, though. I'll have to ask my mom if she remembers where she packed them. They might be in a shed on the farm. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, Zach, you're just in time. I'm about to go AFK for a hot second because I gotta go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. But yeah, I'm curious on what the condition of those gold-plated Pokemon cards are right now. I gotta talk to my mom and see if she remembers where she packed them. Because I didn't bring them with me when I moved. They weren't on my priority list. Almost kind of curious of what they would sell for too, considering the current direction and state of Nintendo and their behavior and direction for certain things. I might consider selling them. Cause screw you, Nintendo. I don't want your shit no more. But it just depends on their condition and if they're even worth selling. It's late enough, I can go to the next day now. Because that's money I can use towards my baby. Baby's more important than Pokemon cards, because screw you, Nintendo.
I can make bread with it!
Bread, 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 bread. Exactly. You can make bread with the Pokemon cards. Excuse me. But yeah, no, in all honesty, if I do still have them and they are worth a pretty penny, I might consider it. Just because I don't flippin' care about Pokemon anymore. And probably never will. Because all the games suck, and Nintendo is just god-awful. And I'm just going to leave it at that. And my dinosaurs, my Herbies need some food. For more fun news, have you been keeping up with One Piece? I have been keeping up with One Piece. The anime? Yes, I have. I have been keeping up with One Piece, the anime. I've also been keeping up with the live action, and I believe they are about to start working on the Alabasta arc, actually, for the live action series. Did I like the latest episode? Oh my god, I was trying so hard not to cry. It was so heartwarming and magical, and oh my god, the feels. Oh. Robin has come such a long way. Oh my god. I am so happy for Robin. I am so happy for Robin. I'm not going to say anything, but I am so happy for Robin. It was definitely a Robin-focused episode. She deserved it, and oh my god, she deserved everything that came out at the end of that episode. She deserved it all. Just peak. Oh my god, absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Just thinking about it's kind of making my nose a little runny. It was just so beautiful. It was, oh my god, man. Maybe a little bit. It was just, my god. Robin's come such a long way, and she's done so good for herself. Even if things didn't start out all that great for her. Just, my god. Where she's at now, it's just absolutely amazing. So inspiring. Just so inspiring. That woman found her One Piece. Imagine what it was like for people that have been watching One Piece since the beginning. Yeah, I know. My god, that's so great. That's so great. I love that for Robin. I don't particularly care for He-Man. I know of it, but I also just don't care. Live action stuff are usually bullshit. Usually. There's some good ones out there. Like the One Piece live action is a really good example of one, but majority of live action stuff from things that aren't live action media are usually bullshit. So I don't particularly care for it. I remember when He-Man had a show on Cartoon Network in the 2000s. It had a McDonald's tie-in. Oh, nice. The One Piece! One Piece is real. Yeah, there's some exceptions to the rule of live action. Like One Piece is like the prime example of being really good as a live action adaptation. Is it perfect? No. But does it still tell the exact same story in a new light? Yes. And I think that's what's great about it, because it allows new people entry into the series without being intimidated by over 1,000+ episodes. And I think that's a win, personally. Yes, there's some flaws with the live action, but it tells the story that it needs to tell. Unlike something like Borderlands. I'm just gonna leave it at that. How about Witch Hat Talia? Hatalia? Hatalia? Witch Hat Atelier? Witch Hat Atelier. Who's seen Witch Hat Atelier? That's a good one. That's a good anime. The magic is so nice. Oh yeah, the magic is beautiful. I wouldn't say Ancient Magista's Bride beautiful, but almost. It's almost there. Not quite the same level, but almost. I would put it at 1.5 place. Like, it's almost as peak as Ancient Magista's Bride, but it just falls short a little bit. But only a little. It is still absolutely gorgeous. Oda wrote what the One Piece is and put it in a treasure chest, and put the treasure chest in a pressurized box and sink it to the bottom of the sea. Yeah, I know. I mean, any One Piece fan knows that. Did you know that Oda already knew what the One Piece was when he started his story? And there are only 2 people in the entire world that knows what the One Piece is? And that would be him and his editor, because they were fearful that what happened to the Berserk series would happen to One Piece, so they made sure that at least one other person knew the ending so they could at least attempt to try and finish the story. At least that's what I heard. Is it true? No idea, but that's what I heard. If anyone finds the One Piece in real life, I hope they burn it, because we know Luffy would do the same. Oh, absolutely. Whoever finds it better absolutely destroy it. And if they don't destroy it, they're not a One Piece fan. Because then they miss the absolute point of the One Piece. You do that, Zach. I would burn it. I would rip it to shreds and then burn it. Just hoping you'd keep it secure if you do keep it, because last thing we need is to bring spoils for everyone. That's why I said I would rip it up and burn it. I wouldn't even look at it. I would just set it on fire. If it was on paper, I would rip it and burn it. That way it can't even be pieced together. If it's not destroyed when it's found, then I say that's not a true One Piece fan. Imagine if the One Piece was a One Piece swimsuit. Oh my god. Oh, we got 2 honeysuckles today. No honeysuckles, nightlights. Honeysuckles are rares. Those are nightlights, which are uncommon, which we don't need. You joined my crew? I don't have a pirate crew, though. In fact, I'm part of a crew. I don't have a crew, but I'm part of a crew. I am a member of someone else's crew. I am a proud member of Dainty Dramatics' pirate crew. All hail the Pirate Queen! Any laughter is a laugh like Roger. Laughter in general is like Roger. Laughter is freedom! True freedom! Be free! Laugh! Exactly. Exactly. Just like that. I would laugh more, but I start coughing and that kind of hurts my baby belly. Remember oh my god, don't remind me of Pika. Oh my god. It wasn't even his laugh. I don't remember Pika ever laughing, but I remember something else, and it's just as funny. Oh my god, Pika. I have no memory of Pika's laugh because I was too busy laughing at his voice alone. He goes, Pika, 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 la 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 la. I don't remember, but I remember his voice, and his voice is a joke. That's the fun thing about One Piece, is no 2 characters have the same laugh. You can tell who it is by the laugh because everyone has a distinct laugh.
Pick ya, da-da.
Oh my god. Now don't overuse the TTSs. They actually have a cooldown now because they were getting abused too much. So I would save them for something that you actually want to be said. Okay, that did not work well on Goofy. But yeah, the TTSs have a cooldown, so can't just spam them anymore.
My matey. Oh, that tree. My bing knee touch. My baby. Mama, ha 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 ha.
Knuckles, you good? I might have to increase the cooldown. I don't think 1 minute's enough. They were getting, the TTSs were getting abused too much, which is why they've got a cooldown in general. Yeah, I don't know what the heck happened to Knuckles. How far am I on One Piece? I'm all the way at the current episodes. I'm watching it weekly. I'm in the latest arc. I'm at Alabasta. Elbaf, not Alabasta, my bad. Elbaf. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not good with words, alright guys? We're at the land of the giants. And no, I don't mean the Odyssey giants. Dude, the giant technology is crazy. I will say no more. I want to eat a human. Magical model. Sorry, I saw the first few words, I want to eat a human, and I didn't register the rest until I read it to myself first, and then I realized what you were saying. I was like, wait, you want to eat a human? Why? They don't taste very good. I want to eat an ox food mythical model questing beast. I want to be a real questing beast in real life. I mean, that's technically a way to get devil fruit. Eat the current well, you're not wrong, but jeezums, gear. Oh, I'm out of melon seeds again. And I don't have the money to buy new ones. Well, we're in quite a pickle here. There is some poop in here. Mama, how would you react if what Kaido did to Luffy happened to me? What specific instant are you talking about? Because Kaido did a lot of things to Luffy. Killing Luffy? He didn't quite kill Luffy. Because, I mean, if he killed Luffy, he wouldn't have come back with Gear 5. He almost killed him, but not quite. It wasn't a full-on kill. He was just very mangled. To be fair, Kaido wasn't smart enough to check for a pulse either. He just assumed. I don't know. In all honesty, I do not know. Listen, I'm your streaming mama, but I'm not your real mama. So me going mama bear mode is debatable. Because everyone in my chat is my baby. But not really my baby. You think I'm smart? You think I'm strong enough to fight Kaido? Do I look strong enough to fight Kaido to you? Heck no! Where the heck do you get the idea asking me if I think I'm strong enough to fight Kaido? I am not. Alright? My guy. Dude, just the potential clashing of Big Mom and Kaido was already scary enough. There is no way. Absolutely no way I would be strong enough to fight Kaido. I can't even fight Big Mom. The longer she fights, the scarier she gets. Oh, and if she's fighting when one of her hunger pangs hit, you forget it, man. You can just forget it. I don't know how the Straw Hats manage, but you can forget it. No, I'd be dead. I would not survive. It'd be all over for me. You should be. Remember the subject of gaining someone's devil fruit by eating someone? Yeah, there you go. I'd be scared of Big Mom. No, thank you. I take offense to that. I'm a hag. But still, even if she is a large, she's not a giant. She is just a large person. But she is indeed powerful. And that's the problem. No, I'm not, but I'm getting there. But also, like, she is powerful, and that's the thing. She is powerful with a literal kingdom-sized pirate crew of her own children, who are just as, if not more powerful than her. Yeah, no, no thank you. No, yeah, no, if I had a choice between fighting Big Mom or marrying one of her children, I would probably just marry one of her children, because no thank you. Why am I here? Oh yeah, I was going to sell some things. I don't have enough for seeds, and that's a problem. Oh yeah, one of her adult ones, obviously. I mean, the majority of them are adults now, but you get my point. I didn't mean one of her young children, duh. I meant her children as in her literal offspring, like adult age ones. Specifically Katakuri would be kind of awesome, I'm not gonna lie, but we're not gonna go there. That's a talk for another day, maybe. What do you mean, how did she go from baddie to... I'm not gonna say that because it's inappropriate to say, but what do you mean? Have you seen her diet? Also, my food is here. Thank you. Have you seen the food she eats? Have you seen how many children she has? I'm gonna say this right now because I have personally witnessed this and I know it's going to happen to me. It's not just the candy, alright? It's not just the candy. The candy is a contributing factor to it, but when a woman has a baby, her body does not magically go back to normal. It gains a permanent amount of weight. And she's had, like, how many? 49 children? That shit adds up. That adds up, man. I feel like she had like 49 children or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. Hold on. Speaking of food, I've got food. Who needs attention? Oh. Devil Spawn needs attention. Alright. Okay. Food. Everyone needs food, apparently. One moment. I'm taking care of my food. I have some Frenchy fries. Oh, hey, cookies. My point still stands. She's had a lot of children and she's had a lot of baby fat on her. And considering this woman is basically having a child every year until recently because Nana, as in banana, was her last child. And she's like 5, I think. Big Mom was having a child every year. As for why, that was her dream. She wanted a big family. That too, what Gear said. But it was also, like, one of her smaller dreams was to have a large family too. Gear, did you get these cookies for yourself? Because there's cookies in this bag. I already had my sweet treat for the day, so I can't eat the cookies. In fact, I need to be cutting back on the sweets because I've been having a sweet treat practically every day. Not soda every day, but I've been having a sweet treat every day. But yeah, no, that was her thing. She wanted a big family. And as Gira said, alliances are made with marriage, and marriage means making children. Yeah. Yeah, no, she was busy. But, I mean, that's just what she wanted to do. That's how she saw the world. I mean, she got abandoned by her biological parents. Adopted by a woman that was supposed to be a saint to her. But turned out to actually... She didn't know this, though. She turns out to actually be a scumbag. Only to, continue to be fooled and, have the saint and the other orphan children just mysteriously disappear one day. While having a... I think it was her birthday or some kind of... It was some kind of treat for her, specifically. I can't remember if it was her birthday or not, but... Regardless, some form of celebration, they just suddenly disappear. It was her birthday? Okay. To celebrate her birthday, and then suddenly everyone disappears. Only for her to go on a... Oh no, before that, she went on a hunger-paying rampage at the Giants' village, which caused her to get kicked out and not be allowed to commune with giants ever again. Yeah, mysteriously. Yeah, well, for those that don't know, I'm not gonna say it. Duh. I'm being considerate of non-spoilers. But they mysteriously disappeared. I mean, I'm kind of being spoilery at the same time, while not being spoilery, but, like, I don't know. It's hard to be spoiler-free for something that's kind of old news. But my point still stands. She was basically kicked out, thrown away, and abandoned by people that she thought she could trust. So obviously, you know, her whole mindset's going to be blood is thicker than water and only the blood can be relied on, so and so and so and so. It was her 6th birthday when her caretakers and friends vanished. Yes. Point still stands. She had a pretty terrible childhood. Honestly, she probably could have grown up to be a good person if that one scumbag didn't find her first. Excuse me. Yeah, she kind of goes mama mode. She becomes friendly as long as, like, you can, well, if it's her own child, then yeah, she's absolutely friendly. Until they're an adult, that is. And other children, she's friendly, especially if she thinks it can be beneficial. Yeah, but only to the child. Everyone else can die. Like I said, in the flashback showing Big Mom's backstory, she very easily and could have been a really good person and a really strong ally if that one particular scumbag didn't find her first. I forgot his name. But he had a devil fruit that made it so whatever he cuts with a knife turns into food. Not tasty food, mind you. That name, whatever that name is. But yeah. I feel like if someone else found her with a kinder heart than that scumbag, she probably could have actually turned into a really good person. But, you know, such is the way of the world. I do believe a lot of characters in One Piece are very, very, very redeemable. Except for 2, so far. I could be proven wrong at some point, but as right now, in my mind, there are 2 characters that are irredeemable. One, we have seen the backstory for. The second one, I don't care what his backstory is, if I've seen it or not. He is completely unredeemable. I don't know if you guys can guess who I'm talking about, but he is completely and utterly irredeemable in my eyes. And no one will ever change my mind. Mingo is one of them, yes. He is the one that I saw that I do not care for. His backstory is sad and tragic, but at the same time, it's like, damn, dude, that's just fucked up. Pardon my French. I am not gonna have enough food for everybody. Like, I understand that he pretty much snapped psychologically, but jeezums. That's just, I can't that is still unredeemable to me. As sad as it is, I just can't look past, I just can't look past it, because, like, holy crud, my guy. Honestly, I don't think he was redeemable even as a child, because he was just such a spoiled brat. I mean, to be fair of his lineage, it makes sense, but at the same time, it's also like, you dirtbag. And there's a second character, I don't give a flying flip what his backstory is. He can die on screen for all I care, and I would feel nothing for him. Yes, there actually has been a good celestial dragon. We don't get to see him for long, but we do get to see one. Yeah, there is literally one. Literally only one. I forgot his name, though. Does he have green hair? I don't remember. He's like the uncle of the guy that Luffy punched. I remember that. He's like the uncle or great uncle to the guy Luffy punched. He did have green hair? Okay. Hey, everyone got food. I thought I was going to be short. I honestly couldn't remember. I haven't seen him in a long time since they had that world meeting thing with the kings. But yeah, he was like, he didn't start out as a good guy, but he saw the light. Whatever that name is. He didn't start out as a good guy, but he did learn. And he grew. And that's the important part. Doffy, on the other hand, did not. And that's what makes him a dirtbag. Oh, hey. Today's Halloween. Oh, hey, today's the last day of autumn. Sweet. How many weeds did I collect? One button. 5. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone wants to, but not everyone is Luffy and can get away with it. Hell, Luffy barely got away with it. Whenever there's a new world order, people should be allowed to punch a celestial dragon. Yes, absolutely. But in the current state of the One Piece universe, that ain't gonna happen. Have fun getting executed then, guys. No thank you. I'll wait until the New World Order and then probably maybe go stab one. I'll take jail time over execution any day. No. Well, okay, hold on. What floor? Because there are like so many different floors with different forms of punishment. What floor do you think I would be put on in Impel Down? Honestly, I don't think I would be on that high of a floor. Level 3? What was the punishment on level 3 again? I don't remember. I don't remember these punishments. It's been so long. I don't have very good memory. A desert? Oh god. No, I would not survive. Okay, is it starvation or is it a desert? Because the desert would be hydration problems, not starvation. Well, I guess they wouldn't feed you on that floor either, but still. Both? Oh god. Yeah, no, I would not survive. I would probably survive longer than most because I have a horrible eating and drinking habit. Considering my entire life I've been nothing but dehydrated. But, I would not survive. I would survive longer than most, but I would eventually perish. Thus is the way of the world. Also, gosh darn, what did I do to get put on level 3? I don't think myself that big of a threat to be put on level 3. Hey, wait a minute. I said after the New World Order. You know, when the world government, like, ceases to, like, not exist or is actually questioning their morals. Where celestial dragons are probably no longer a thing and probably getting punished and killed by everybody. I wasn't talking about the current state of One Piece. I was talking about, like, post One Piece story. Whatever that may be. I'm gonna say this right now. If they were gonna execute Luffy for just punching a celestial dragon, I would also just straight up be executed for stabbing one. They would not put me in Impel Down. They would just straight up execute me. I am pretty dang sure that's what they were going to do to Luffy for just punching one. You'd break me out. Dude, Luffy barely got in and out. Although I guess with the new warden, it would be a lot easier to get in and out. The new warden's kind of an idiot. Unlike the previous one. The one Luffy had to face. Yeah, and nearly died too. See, he was the actual threat. The new warden now that's taken his place because the previous one failed at his job because he got someone broke in and broke out. The new one that took his place is an idiot. Those two have such Megatron and Starscream relationship. You know what? You right. They do. And the Starscream of the two is an absolute moron. He's the guy with the pharaoh hat. I forgot his name. I forgot all their names. Granted, you're talking to someone who gets Desi and Dainty flip-flopped 99% of the time, so of course I'm going to be bad with names. Whatever that word is, yes. That's his name. I'm not even gonna try. I'm not even gonna try. I'm gonna sit here and eat my fries. I am enjoying my food. There's gonna be another ad break here in 5 minutes. I'm gonna try and remember to take the opportunity and eat my sandwich while we're on an ad break. Nom, 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 nom. Man, you can't beat McDonald's French fries. Even though they are super unhealthy and really bad for you, it's just, the flavor is just so addicting. It's a drug. I don't know what they put into the fries. I used to work for McDonald's and I still don't know what they put into the fries, but it is a drug of some kind and I don't know what it is. Man, I hated working for McDonald's. I hated working for Wednesday more though. Or Wendy's, not Wednesday. Wendy. I hated working for Wendy most. At least the specific location. Not all Wendy's are bad, obviously, but the one I worked at was absolutely god-awful. I'm glad that place shut down. I've been told that the location is shut down and they're no longer open, which is good. The assistant manager was a dirtbag. Oh, we got some truffles over there. The manager was also kind of full of himself, but the assistant manager was the main reason why I quit. He was a dirtbag. Again, at only the one specific location. Granted, it was the only one I worked at, and I decided I was never working for a fast food joint again. The employees treat each other horribly. The customers treat the employees horribly. It is just a horrible situation. Again, at just the one specific location. It was just bad. Kind of wish I never had left McDonald's, because at least McDonald's I got free lunches. The Wendy's I worked at, you were only allowed $3 off the menu. Anything above $3 you had to pay, it came out of your paycheck. $3, mind you. That was like the price of like one small fry for your lunch if you wanted a free lunch. Anything else came out of your paycheck. And it was horrendous. At least with McDonald's, everything on the menu was free. It did not come out of your paycheck. You could order whatever you want on the McDonald's menu, and it was on the house as an employee. During your work hours. You couldn't just walk in on your day off and order McDonald's, obviously, and get it for free. You had to be on duty to get a free McDonald's lunch at McDonald's. Wendy's, at least at that location, you only got $3. Absolutely horrendous. Night shift, whenever you had to clean at the Wendy's, you know what they did? It was absolutely god-awful, I'm not gonna lie. They would take leftover beef patties, because you would preheat a lot of them. They would take whatever wasn't sold, chop them up, and just add them to the already existing super old chili. Cleaning the pans, they would just dip them in old soapy water and then let it air dry. They didn't actually wash it or rinse it or anything. They just dunk it in, pulled it out, and just put it on a drying rack. There was no rinsing. Most people just hung around and joked and everything like that. The actual, like, the only thing that was actual labor at that one specific location, I emphasize on the one location, because I don't think all of them do this, but the one location that I worked at, the most labor-inducing job there was mopping the floors. I'm not going to worry about trick-or-treating because we don't need any more spectacular dinosaurs because we got all 3 Spinos, so I'm just going to go to the next day. But the reason that made me quit is because of the assistant manager. I was told to do a task. I was told, word for word, plastic on top, metal on bottom, on these drying racks. I would be handed things, and I was told plastic on top, metal on bottom. Well, I was told that, and I looked at the rack, and it was not plastic on top, metal on bottom. It was a big shambling mess of wherever fits, it fits. So, being told the order of plastic on top, metal on bottom, I decided to organize it so there's plastic on top and metal on the bottom. And the assistant manager, seeing what I had done, starts laughing at me, being like, "That's not what I told you to do." And I'm like, "You said plastic on top, metal on bottom." He's like, "That's not how you do it." And I'm like, "What the fuck you mean?" I quit the next day. I walked in and handed in my name tag and apron and was like, "Just give me my paycheck and I'm gone. I'm out of here. I don't want to be here anymore." I have no idea. I hated it there. It was absolutely awful. Never working for fast food again. If I ever have to actually get a 9 to 5, it is never ever going to be a fast food joint. It's never going to be a store either. I don't know what I would do, but I'm not working for a supermarket or a grocery store ever again. My very first job was Walmart. I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing that again. I'm not working for fast food either. I'm not even going to work for a restaurant because my memory is so bad, there's no way I'll be able to take people's orders. I'll be sitting there asking them for the same item they ordered like 3 different times, trying to remember how to write it down. Not to mention my dyslexia, I wouldn't even be able to write it down properly to stick the ticket in the window for. If I ever have to get an actual job, I don't know what I would do. That would be the hard part, is trying to figure out what to do. Like, I've done my customer service job. I cannot go back. I would not survive. I cannot do it again. I did that stuff in high school. I did that in real life for actual money, I can't do it again. I can't do it again. And yes, I did do it in high school too. I am not kidding. Think everyone should have a customer service job? Yes! I think everyone should at least have minimal 1 month of customer service, if not a year. Because that shit's not easy. People are so ungrateful to customer service workers. Specifically, you know, the Karen type. Those are the people specifically that need to work customer service at least a year in their life. Because they are so mean and ungrateful. And I personally, I just can't do it again. I did it in high school and in real life. Like, as a living. I can't do that again. And what I mean by I did it in high school, my school had a horticulture class, and they would actually grow all kinds of plants. Like, legitimately, it would grow different types of plants. We would grow them from seeds or starters, and we would nurture and grow those plants over the course of the school year. And in spring, they would be sold to, like, legitimate people. Like, family members of students from the school would drive to the school, to the horticulture building specifically, and buy the plants. And during those days when selling the plants, the students were the customer service. That was literally, like, our assignments for those days whenever we were selling plants, was to be customer service. We wrote down their orders of what they bought. We would cash them out. We would give them their change. We would help carry their plants to the car if they were unable to carry them, or if there was a lot of them. We would help carry them to the car. We were customer service. I'm sick of it. I can't do it again. I mentally cannot. I cannot take it mentally anymore. Especially after the Wendy incident. Good God. I remember as part of Boy Scout troop, we would have Valentine's Day fundraising dinners, and all the scouts had to be waiters. See, here's the funny thing, alright? I was in Girl Scouts, and you know, the Girl Scouts selling cookies and everything like that. I remember doing that. Well, I remember being there for it, but I don't remember actually doing it. I think my mom would actually just take over because, I mean, what is a 7-year-old gonna do? I mentally cannot do customer service, especially nowadays. My brain is just unable. Oh, I got distracted again and I missed the ad break to eat my sandwich. Oh well. No, it's fine. I'm still eating my fries. No, but from my experience of customer service,
Mama is beautiful.
as I was saying, from my experience of working customer service, I know how hard it is, even if I was never a waitress at a diner. I understand already just the pressure of having to deal with people, that whenever I'm out and about, restaurant, fast food, grocery store, or whatever, I make it my priority to be the nicest person to the customer service, whoever's serving me. I do my best to be the nicest person for them that day, to be one less of a problem for them. Now, if they're an asshole to me, I'm obviously going to be an asshole back. But if they're just doing their job and they're going about it, even if it's slow, I'm not going to make a big scene out of it because they could be they could be slow because it's been a really bad day and they've had to deal with a lot of shitty people or something like that. And I'd rather be the nice little light of hope for them than anything else. I already know it's hard. I don't need to take it from anybody. I know personally it's hard. Even if I haven't worked that specific job, I know it's hard. Because customer service is treated like absolute garbage. Why am I in here? It's no longer spring. I mean, it's no longer fall. I don't need to hunt for truffles. I already know it's a pain, so I tried to be that one person that's not a pain to them. And that's usually, sometimes that helps. Makes it a little easier for them in that day. I even try to encourage Gear to leave nice tips for them, especially if they seem like they've been having a hard day or they've treated us really well. Life's too short to be angry and mean. It gets you nowhere in life. Oh, do you have any cauliflower? Any cauliflower? No, you don't have any cauliflower. Am I gonna have to plant some cauliflowers? We do the Jacksepticeye stuff here. Laugh! I don't remember what it represents, but laugh! Where's the cauliflower seeds? I thought they were a spring item. Are they not? Are they summer? Could have sworn they were spring. Cauliflower. It's spring. So why isn't Granny selling cauliflower seeds? Yeah, what Zach said. I'm not going to read all of that. But yeah, basically just be positive. Yeah, it's the right season, but they're not here. Let me look at this again. It doesn't tell me where to get them. I guess I can check. Oh, it's Monday. She's not gonna be there. I don't think the lady in the canyon will sell cauliflower seeds. I can always check, but I don't think she's gonna have them. Trying to think. You're right. I'm gonna pull up the journal. We're gonna go BRB and I'm going to inhale the cheeseburger real quick. I was about to ask if y'all can hear the cat. I think she wants cuddles. I'm just waiting for time to go by so I can go to the next day. Yeah, no, she's sitting here next to me staring at me. I'm pretty sure she wants cuddle time. Hey, my chair is not a scratching post. Don't do that. I don't know. If she keeps bothering me, maybe. Like that. She's walking away now, so probably not gonna happen. Hey! Hey! Quit that! The couch is not a scratching post either. You have a scratching post. A big one. Excuse me. Behave yourself, young lady. I think she's walking off the sulk now. Just realized I've got Spino Only Ranch as a tag twice by accident. I'll fix that next time. Yeah, I think she wants cuddles. Yes. I was just finishing off my fries real quick. I had muted myself because I didn't want the scraping of the fries on the carton to disturb anybody. Because it was down to the last few and I couldn't avoid the scraping sound. Oh. Melons already. Not a lot of melons. Oh. 15 melons, but not good quality. Although with Huey, Dewey, and Louie now, that's been resolved. Excuse me. We might end stream after this day just because I'm not getting tired, but I'm getting a little, not wary, but, I don't want to play anymore. Not tonight. So I think I'm going to wrap it up after tonight. I'm not tired. I just don't feel like playing anymore. Shit, I don't have melon seeds. I don't know if I'll have enough to buy more. Ooh, Nova. Heck yeah. We can definitely raid into Nova. Just finish this day that I started. I'm out of seeds, aren't I? Yeah, I'm out of seeds. I can go ahead and fertilize it though. Oh, thank you for the stretch, Rose.
Every time I do a
Adjust myself in my seat so I can stretch properly without smacking the baby into my desk.
Why were you dehydrated? Why are you dehydrated?
Oh, and the hydrate. Thank you for the
Why are you
hydrate too.
dehydrated?
Ooh, my back popped. That felt good. Nom nom nom.
I can make bread with it.
Bread. I am doing well. Today is the day I've had the most energy, which is why I am streaming tonight, but I'm at a point where I'm done playing video games. I'm not tired, but I'm done playing games. So I'm probably going to, you know what? Let's sell our poppins. Yeah. As far as I know, Gear's doing well. Gear, how are you doing? Yeah, he is doing well as well. We are all doing well. Yeah, I hope you're doing well too, Rose. Oh, baby's active. I know it ain't the food because I just ate it. It hasn't been digested and delivered to the baby yet. So baby's active for something else. But baby is active. Oh! That was a big one. Big boop. Not a full-on kick, but big enough that it was more than a push. Baby's doing a disco dance. Excuse me. Num 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 num. Excuse me. I'm not gonna lie, every once in a while I get nostalgic for Zelda. And yeah, I know, I can always go back and replay some of my older Zelda games, but it's also like, but why? I've already played and beaten most of them. There's just no, it just doesn't have that same thrill anymore. It's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are okay. I'm doing so-so. Just a lot of stuff on my mind. Taking care of things, my sister's house and pets. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And do what you gotta do. I mean, obviously people and friends are always there for you if you ever need someone to talk to, but like, do what you gotta do. Survive. Take care of yourself. Treat yourself. kitty is laying next to you pathetically. Oh my god. That dang old cat. Well, I say old. Well, I mean, she's a little old. She's 8 years old. She's kind of old. Not gray hair old, but she ain't no kitten no more. Regardless, silly kitty. She's being pathetic because she wants cuddle time. She wants to assert her dominance over the baby that's coming. Woohoo! I am being bullied by my own unborn child. Yeah, well, let the kitty know that after I finish this day, she can get her cuddle time. The baby beast is having disco? Yes. Yes, she is. Yeah, I do understand that, Rose. I have that same problem too sometimes. That's why there's like, for me in particular, there's like a select few friends that I'll go to and talk to them about certain things when I am struggling. You know, people that I've shared a lot of my life with already. I haven't had that issue with myself personally, but I do have people that I like to specific people that I like to go to that already know a lot about me in my past. Kitty? Yeah, kitty. Are you saying kitty as in child or kitty as in baby? Because I do have both. Although one is not born yet. Yet being the keyword. I'd get 30. Try and have a spare in storage, like at least one set of seeds of 15 in storage. And then try to remember to just buy new sets of seeds each time I sell, but have backup just in case the harvest is ready on a Monday. Because Seed Lady's not there on a Monday. Ooh. Ah. I'm sorry for the random noises I'm making. I'm responding to my child, having a dance party inside me. If you ever hear me make random noises like the ones I've just made, that's why. Baby Beast demands cuddle time too, it seems. Apparently so. They will both get cuddle time in a moment. I just need to finish my day here. Oh. Apparently my cat and my child have bonded. Because now the baby beast seems to be upset that it's not getting cuddle time. Ha! Kitty as in kitty. But I'm glad y'all baby is doing well too. Yeah, I actually have an appointment next week. We're going to be learning, we're going to be testing to see if potentially the child's going to have diabetes or not by drinking a weird substance. I don't know what it is, but it's something. All I know is it's something that I've got to drink, and then I've got to just hang out for about an hour or so, and then they're going to do some tests. That's all I know. I know nothing else. I do not know the details other than the drink. I almost thought the silver was an albino for a second, but it's just a silver. Yeah, me too. I mean, part of me, I'm a little suspecting... Why am I going into the forest again? I don't need to. Part of me is expecting that the test results will come back positive for diabetes, just because of how bad, like... Just because of how much sugar I've consumed in the past and currently, and the sugar my mom consumed when she was pregnant with me. I have a feeling that it might be positive, but I will definitely take the win if it comes back negative. But we'll just have to wait and see. We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah. I mean, dealing with diabetes, while it is a pain in the ass, obviously, and obviously never want to wish it on anyone, depending on which stage it is, it's usually not too terrible. Like, it is a huge inconvenience, and obviously it sucks because it takes away such a lot of tasty treats away, but it is manageable. My grandfather... is diabetic. My sister is diabetic. Granted, the only one I'm actually related to is my sister, and she got diabetes from my dad's side because my mom remarried. So I'm technically only, like, we're half sisters, we're half siblings, but still. The point is they're able to manage with it just fine, and obviously because they can manage with, obviously because they are able to manage it, they can of course help me in dealing with it to take care of the child. And everyone else that helps with them. Like my mom can help me because she's married to a diabetic, she's got a diabetic daughter, my sister, my grandmother that's married to my diabetic grandfather obviously can also help me because she's married to a diabetic as well. I have assistants. I have people that can help. That's the important part always, obviously, is having a village. And I have that village. I have quite a large village. I have so many people. I'm very fortunate in that regard. So, it's just a matter of the results at the end of the day. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth if they come back negative, but I will not be surprised if they are positive. That was a big one. No problem, Gear. The day's about to end here in a moment because the sun's going down. I'm just going around cleaning up the farm a bit. Ooh. Someone's tossing and turning. My goodness. All right. Let's top off Huey, Dewey, and Louie's trough. Just 'cause I can. And I think that's going to be everything tonight. We're running a little short on funds, but that's because I ran out of fertilizer for the melons. But with Huey, Dewey, and Louie around, we shouldn't have that issue anymore. We've got quite a bit of fertilizer coming along. So that's coming along nicely. Can feel the baby stretching. We're doing something in there. And I think we are going to raid out to Nova Jinx. All right. I think that is all for tonight. Is there anything anyone wants to say real quick before we head off? Be it a hello, goodbye. I wish you a happy, healthy gear, guys. And a happy, healthy life, gear, guys. And for your baby, either the results are positive or negative, at least they have a wonderful, loving, and supporting family. Yes, that is true. The child's going to be so spoiled by the rest of the family, it's going to be absolutely insane. I already know it. Yeah, I know what you meant. But yeah, the child's going to be so spoiled by all the grandparents and the aunts. They are not going to be short. They are not going to be shy by any means by love. There is going to be love all around. Tired parents, but very loving parents. Gear guys, are you back? You are? Okay, good. All right. Well, guys, with that, I will try and stream more often next week. Hopefully, energy will be much higher next week, and I'll be able to do just that, but we'll just have to wait and see. I'm not going to make any full-on promises, because I never know what the mood's going to be until the day arrives. So as always, don't get dirty, don't get wet, don't get lost, don't do anything I would do. That list gets longer every day, and I will see you all next time. Have a wonderful weekend!